Well, I think we're looking at the last summer's evening, well it's autumn, but the last pleasant evening trickling away outside, 1st of October, and tonight, Matthew, we have Will's Encore Strat, which is in some state of repair. Sorry, I'm going to be grimacing again like I did yesterday. Whew. Grimacing due to injury on the wrist. Okay, phew. So here we have a guitar in pieces. Dun, blah, 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 blah. Right, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to take this apart. It's better than trying to fix it in the position it's in, so we're going to take it apart and then we're going to put it back together again with whatever it needs, possibly even with a new bridge. Now, hanging on to these strings is kind of handy, but there's all this wire here which is just going to make things difficult. So welcome Will, and welcome Dad. You can see I'm going to cut all these bits up and we'll try and get things out of the way. Now, what I hope to be able to show you with this, what we're doing is, I want to obviously put it back together again for you so that it plays and works great. That's the main objective. But along with doing that, I kind of want to hopefully demystify anything about the basic guitar, so that nothing's a mystery anymore and lay to rest some misinformation that a lot of people have, because I don't know why some people seem to hold on to myths about the way the guitar works. There are some major famous guitar myths about the kind of woods you should use to make a guitar, and the way certain things affect the way the guitar plays and so on. Now, I have got a string completely tied up in this switch here. Right, I'm going to try and get these strings out. So basically I'm going to strip this all down to nothing, and then we'll talk through everything as we go back together again. So if there's anything broken here, I will, oh my wrist, ow, I will get it from the stores, spares basically, and we'll make it work. So we've got everything on this Encore guitar is budget kind of quality, which is absolutely fine because there's no reason why it won't work nicely, but we can upgrade whatever we can find along the way. So I'm gonna, gee whiz, my wrist hurts. Ow, ow, he says. So here we have, get the strings out one by one, because we can probably use these again if we want to come to level the frets. Level the frets, which is, I'll explain about that in a minute. So every guitar needs, or every electric guitar, almost every electric guitar needs setting up. In fact, just about every guitar I've ever seen needs setting up properly. And what that means is that guitars coming out of the factory tend to be set up quite crudely, to an average setup, so that they can get them out the factory door in a hurry and get them sold and get people playing with them. So you tend to find that the guitar has a basic setup, and usually the nut is pretty poorly cut, which causes certain problems. And then you'll also tend to find that the frets are uneven, which is very common too. And let's just take that off here for a minute while we're going right back to the beginning. Yeah, so the frets are uneven and the nuts a mess. And those two things have a huge impact on how the guitar plays. So what we're looking at the pickups here, which we'd have to test to make sure if we're going to reuse them. So in all the sort of bashing about, they could have broken. We've got an Encore Strat here, which is made by Hornby Skews, John Hornby Skews, which is, I think, going out of business or has folded. But they tend to make pretty good necks and actually decent enough all-round guitars. So there's nothing about this that's lousy, and with a good setup, i.e. we take care of the frets and we take care of the nut, those two things particularly will take care of making this guitar play really well. And the beauty about that is that a well set up budget guitar like this here, Encore, will play as well, actually usually better, than a badly set up expensive guitar. And like I said, many of the expensive guitars you buy, oh my wrists, you buy in the big stores are badly set up. And you might say, why are they badly set up? Well, they don't set them up very well in the factory. And when you see what it takes to set them up, you'll understand that they don't do it because it costs them time and therefore money to do it. So they don't like to do that. Well, I'm sure they'd like to, but they're working to a very tight budget. They've got to make money. Okay, so I'm going to take off this neck as well while we're at it. So we're pretty much down to absolutely nothing, and then we'll kind of start it right from the beginning. Oh, my wrist. If you're wondering why I'm grimacing, it's because I had a bad bike smash 30 years ago, and the doctors at the time said that that I would pay for it with bad arthritis in particularly the right wrist, where it smashed up all the little bones together in a mush. So where you've got smooth little, what would they call that stuff, cartilage, all the little bones together, coming together, and in your wrist it will all hopefully be nice and smooth. In mine it was damaged a long time ago, so it's staying damaged. Okay, so ooh, that is not good. Okay, so we've got right, so we've got basic components of your electric guitar. We've got a body cut out. This is a standard Strat style body. In this case, made of probably basswood, something like that, fairly, or it could be laminate or plywood. Wouldn't put it past them to use that. It looks like laminate there. That's usually a fairly good giveaway. Let me look in there. That feels like a laminate construction, and the fact that this has been cut away here, revealing another layer going in the opposite direction, tells me that's probably laminate all the way around. Now the problem with this is that this is going to sit crooked. Whatever happens, we're going to be sat crooked in the pocket here. So I'm going to need to try and fix that a little bit, so we don't have that happen. So I'm going to have to think about that. So that's the body. We've got space for humbucker, single coil humbucker, although we're working with 3 single coils. We've got the anchor point for the bridge and the space in which the bridge tilts and does its whammy barring. We've got the jack cavity, or the jack socket cavity, and then we've got the electric space here, which, as you remember, all of this will sort of fit in there and go underneath there. So when it's all together, all the workings are hidden under there. So that's the body part. So the only problem we've really got here is this torn up. We really would want to fill that with something so that it's level. We don't want to cut away and make it lower all down to this So I'm gonna have to think about maybe using some resin to build that up. But anyway, so we got the heel of the neck here is in fairly good shape. We may have to fill and re-drill these holes. They look pretty close to the edge here, but that's because they are close there. That's okay. And then we've got a maple neck and a rosewood or some such fingerboard with some inexpensive tuners and a cheap plastic nut, which we'll get rid of. So hopefully we'll get rid of these tuners as well. They're not bad. They work, as you know, because you played it. But we've got loads of spare sets, so we can replace those. So what I'll do is I'll just undo them. So while I'm doing this, so what we've got to do is we've got to, in order to make this play really well, remember, keep focusing our attention on the frets and the frets and the nut. And if we get both of those right, then this guitar will play surprisingly well. We have to then put a bit of care and effort into the tremolo if we want that to work at all. Now these tuners are set, or they're made for a smaller hole than many of the modern replacement tuners, so we would have to enlarge the hole. That's not a big problem, but these are as cheap as you can get in the world of tuners. Like I say, people sometimes, when they have problems with the guitar staying in tune, the funny part is that a lot of people blame the tuners, and then if you go for advice on a guitar forum, you find a lot of people saying go and buy a better brand name of machine heads or tuners, and they tell you that, or they advise you to do that from the point of view that they think it will fix your tuning stability problem, i.e. your guitar won't stay in tune. Well, they won't. They don't have any role to play in the guitar staying in tune. They obviously are there to make the guitar come up in pitch until you're in tune, obviously. But the only thing that makes your guitar go out of tune, once these tuners have tightened up the strings, is two components, two parts. It's your nut is the source of most tuning problems, and plastic nut is a real villain in that. And the other part is the amount of unreleased slack you've got in your strings. And most people think a bit of stretching and then you can just get on and play, but you'd be amazed how long your strings, or how much slack they'll hold in them, until you've physically kind of pulled it all out, and you have to stretch quite hard to get it all to come out. But we'll show you that, or I'll show you that a bit later. Now, one of the things I want to do, like I say, is I want to build this up, and I need to build it up because the last thing we want is this neck to sit at a slant down in this pocket, which it currently will be. It'll be tipping down into the back here. So I think what we need to do, one of the things I've done before is we can get some resin and we can flood resin into here, and then we can press it down here until the resin sets, and the heel of this flattens out the resin. This is pretty clever. Now, to do that, ideally, you want to have some cling film, which I used to have kicking around here. Oh yeah, look at this. Amazingly, I've still got it. It's a bit dusty and stuff. So yeah, this is a sort of quick way of trying to fix a shim, an uneven pocket. So what I would want to do is get me some, not very sharp and easy to cut. No, that's not very good. Okay, we'll get there. So what I'll do is I'll put this bit of cling film on there, and then what we'll do as well is we'll put this on some kitchen roll. Okay. Come back to that. So what we've got is, if I put some resin in here and then squish it down, it'll leak out through these holes, but we don't really want it all to flow out through those holes, so probably I'd be better off filling them up for the time being, and we can pull them out afterwards or drill them out if necessary. Oh my goodness, my hand is so weak. Now I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. I want these to stay where they are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these in, believe it or not, and I'm going to use my fret pulling pliers to cut these flat, flush with the neck pocket. Push that down there, stay low. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to put this back together, and we're going to make sure it works electrically, and then we're going to do our best to fit some new take care of the frets and put a new nut on so the whole thing stays nicely in tune. Now there's this big hole here which we could also do with not losing all the goo out of. We could probably put some cling film in there as well, but I may or should have probably a bit of wood I can just put in there. There we go. That's fine, and what I can do is I can drill that out afterwards if I need. So I filled the holes so we don't lose all of our... Do we want to lose it? Don't we want to lose it? Actually, we could afford to lose it out one, I think. I'll probably do it slow enough. I'm sort of thinking, allow it to go out of one of these, but it won't run out too quickly. Right, so we'll get our mixing pad, we'll get our Gorilla stuff. So what I'm just basically trying to do is do a quick build up of the neck heel. Sorry, I really haven't got any strength in this wrist. Yeah, so we're going to build up this neck pocket a little bit, so that we can make sure that the neck sits in there evenly. So I'm going to squeeze out the stuff. Oh man, I've done that thing again. There's a bloody thing to break out, isn't there? Plastic, whatnot. Okay. Right. Blurp. That will probably do. Stick that on there to seal it off. So now I'm going to mix up the resin, and then I'm going to pour it into there, and then we're going to gently squeeze this together, and so any excess will hopefully squirt out through this hole here, and we'll clean it up at the back if necessary. And if it fills the hole, that's fine as well, because we can drill through the holes. We may have to fill those anyway if we have to move anything. So what I'm going to do straight away is I'm going to gloop this into here, like so. Gloop some more into there, and basically I want to sort of spread it around into the recessed part where the layer of what would we call it, layer of laminate wood has come away. So you can see it's going to fill that up quite nicely. Now another way you could do this is to route it all down and then add in some, cut and shape some more wood and add that into the pocket, and then kind of route it all flat. But I think this is going to be an easier thing to do. So we'll just look out. Oops, it's coming out through the hole in a minute. Okay, so we'll just try and fill up all the parts we need. So I'm going to get that into the back there. Come on. I haven't done this for a long time. Resin pocket business, but when I did it, it worked really well. It just takes care of the problem nicely. That's out of the way. So we get our heel, and basically we push it in there like so. Get a couple of little bench dogs to try and hold this up. Stay there. A little bit difficult. I probably could have used a clamp or something. Let's find something that will just hold that up perfectly, nearly. So just looking for something that's gonna hold that in place and just let it dry. Oops. Okay, so we'll get, probably there'll be some pushing through the back, but we'll take care of that afterwards. I should probably have done that somewhere else because it's going to tie us up for a bit. All right, I'm going to stop the camera for a minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sort through the bits in the guitar and see what we're missing and what we can, spares I can bring out, and then hopefully this will settle down a bit. So see you in a minute. Right, we've got a load of parts here. So let's just see if we've got just a ready-made set of pickups in case we need some. What are these from? Squire Bridge. Something. Doesn't tell us what's what. It'd be handy to know. Sticky tape. I mean, quite literally sticky tape. So we don't really know what's what in these. Somebody hasn't written middle or bridge on there, which would be so handy. They haven't. Right, ton of pickups. Sets of pickups. We don't know what these are. What have we got here? Ceramic pickups, standard single coils. We've got good old-fashioned ones. We've got what looks like B neck. Ooh, B neck. Could we find a middle in this lot? Anywhere in there? B neck. M. No, that doesn't look like the right colours. We've got two clear ones here that tell us what's what, and then we get this one. Well, that's a double single thingy. Let's see if we've got anything on there. Affinity Squire Strat. So look, no, yes, no. They're not quite the same. Those have got like circular things on them. Always so difficult. There's a set there, but I don't know which one's middle. That's a rails. That's a neck and a neck. And that's something else. That's iron gear, I think. What have we got here? Warman, more Wilkinson. Warman. So the problem with all of these is I don't know what the positions are, and they don't tell me. There's 3 set, we should be all right. Oh, my hand's getting filthy already. Are we running? Yes, we're running. So that doesn't work. That's similar to that, but not quite the same. So we've got 2 there. What do we know those are? We know that's bridge and that's neck. So we've got no idea what's in the middle. Bridge, neck, middle. What's this in here? That's a Warman bridge, Warman middle, middle. Wow, these are humbuckers. Middle, 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 middle. Nope, can't even read what that says. No, mucky, mucky, mucky. These are probably something very similar to the ones you've already got. We've got 3 here. Let's see if we can work these. Let's get the rest out of the way. Let's keep. See if we can find hot rails for the bridge position. What have we got here? I don't know what that is, but that could well be a bridge position. So let's put that over there. Let's put these 3 over there. And let's put all of these away. In the middle. There's 3 there. I don't even know what type they are, but they're ceramic pickups anyway. Wilkinson, Warman, Wilkinson, bridge, bridge, don't know. What's this one? Bridge, 2 bridges. Doesn't help, does it? I don't know what that is. That's a neck. That's a neck. That's a who knows what, and that's a who knows what. It's a problem with these individual ones. You can end up with nothing that matches. So we've got 3 there. We've got 3 new ones there, and a rail. On that rail, we're gonna. I think there's a black rail in all of this for a minute. Yeah, there's a black rail. That says something. Could be middle, could be who knows what it is. Let's keep that out. Let's see if we can make it work. Okay, let's have these out of the way. The neck is still, the resin is still drying in there, but it's pretty good. Let's check these sticky things here, and we'll see. First of all, my wrist. Make sure these work. So I'm going to test them with my meter, and then we're going to go ground. Strip the wire back a bit. So this is fiddly stuff. Ground, and right, so we got a reading of 5, I think. 5.9. Let's put 5.9 on there for a sec. 5.9. Where's that? Come apart. 5.9 on that one. Don't know what this one is. This is shorter, longer maybe. Hard to tell. .8. 4.8. And then I'll have a look at this one. This is a long, probably from the neck pickup. Could be from the neck, but we don't know. So don't take my word for it. 4.7. 4.7. So we really don't know which is which. We know they all work. That's the important thing. Put them off to one side for a minute. Let's try have a look at this humbucker. So the humbucker, you get 5 wires in total, 4 wires and a bare wire, which is usually used as the ground wire, but the bare is always a ground wire, and then one of the other ones is a ground wire as well. So we typically have the red and the white. If there's a woman, it's an Artec probably. Let's see if we'll test it out. But typically the red and the white is quite often what's called a coil split pair, and it's the point where both your coils run one onto the other. So we just tie that up, and then we measure what we've got at the opposite ends. So then we use the black as the live on this one. No idea whether it works with any other single coils, depending on which ones we use, because you can get them in and out of phase, which is fun. But let's have a look. So let's ignore the red and the white. They're just connected together to begin with, and then we'll go green for earth, and we'll look at this one as hot. So we've got 505, which is not what you'd expect from a humbucker. So don't know then is what the pair is. You can work it out from there. Let's have a look. We've got somebody find me. Ground. I'm not getting any reading out of these. Why is that? It's ground. That should be ground, shouldn't it? Okay, so what we're saying is green. Let's take the green as the ground. Not seem to be getting anything much out of here. So it's an unnamed pickup. I'm getting no readings at all. Oh, no, that's not really. That's bizarre. So black is black ground. No. Okay, we've got 5 on there. Nothing on there. Nothing on there. Bizarre. So green, could green be the ground? Oh man. Right, 5. Nothing. Nothing. I don't know what's going on with that one, and I don't know what's going on with that one, because that's not telling me the truth either. Let's try. Where's the green? If I can't get any further with this, I will abandon these old things. 12, 6, 6, 12, green and black, isn't it? Green and black. Green and black is 12. Green and black is 12. So green is earth. Right, get off me, fly. So this would work. So we can go to here, and we go basically black. So in this one we have got the red and white joined together, strangely. And then if we just take this off here, we go green and black, and we go 12. Right, that's the humbucker running at 12. which we could use. Now let's have a look at yours. Probably we might just be better off reattaching all of these. Do we know which is which at this point in time? So we've got bridge. Where's the black gone to? So we've got that one there is 5. This one there is the middle, which is 6, and this one here is probably the bridge. Okay, so which do we think is that one? Oh, I can never remember. Bear with me a second. Where will it show me? It might show me in here. Oh, super switch. No, thank you. It's ordinary wiring. No. That could pick up some controls in there. Well, they're not active. Right, that's not going to be any good. Let's just quickly check something. Sorry about this. This is really crap. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, can't get anything. Come on, Wi-Fi. Off. On. Sparring. Come on. Connect. Over here. Thread highway. It's got way. Come on. Oh, long. Bridge on the far end. Okay. Bridge on the end. Far end. So we'll go bridge here. We know they all work, we just tested them. So this is the bridge. So bridge, put this in order, bridge there. Neck, this one. Neck. And this one is middle. And middle. Okay, bridge, neck and middle. Put those over there. Bridge, neck and middle. And all of this can come out. It's a bit lost its bits and pieces. Okay. Come on. Right, we'll be back on track in a minute, I promise you. Let's get all these stupid tools out first. Come on. Stay there. So we should be all right reusing this scratch plate. Oh, do you know what? I haven't got the grip with this bad wrist. Holy cow. I am incapable. I'll get rid of these. We're going to change these out and put new pots in since we've got some over there, and get rid of this off to one side. Right, so we've got a lot of replaceable things, bits we can, new bits we can add in, so whatever we're missing So that's fine. Get some fresh, what are these called? Pots. Okay, so we'll have a volume. What's this one? An A, B and a B. That's about right. A for volume. And we can just put this up and out the way for a minute. What we'll have to do is find some suspending screws, hanging screws for the pickups as well, to get them hung back onto the scratch plate. It's easy enough to wire up when the time is ready. We need some washers, and we need some nuts. Let's go. So what I'm just going to do is put all these new bits on, and then we'll be ready to go back to the important bit about the neck and the body. But I forgot to do all of these bits. So anyway, coming back to the beginning, guitars need setting up because the factory doesn't do it, and nor does the shop usually. So whatever has to happen has to be done by us, and to do it right takes about an extra hour of work. So that's, that would have to be paid for by the factory or the shop, and it's going to eat into their profits. So that's why they don't really tend to do it. And one of the excuses they give is they say, well, everybody needs a setup slightly differently, so why would we impose a standard setup on people? Wouldn't it be better to leave them do their own setup? And there's a kind of truth in that, but it still doesn't mean you have to send guitars out with ridiculously high nuts and so on, so unplayable. So they could do a lot better. So what we do is, once we get the guitar, is we take care of the nut. So that means I always replace it with a tusk nut, which is a better material than I found any of the other materials. It's naturally lubricated, so it stays in tune much better. And then we take care of the frets. And what's interesting is that the frets are uneven because, not just because they're sometimes put in unevenly, which they can be a little bit, but they're usually uneven by the time we've put the guitar neck under load of the strings. So it's a lot of pressure, and it causes the neck wood to bunch slightly. So it kind of bunches up into a ripply sort of shape. And so the problem is you play it bunched up. So you need the frets to be level when the neck is loaded. So we have to use a special technique for sorting that out, which I'll show you a bit later. So what I've got here is I've got two 473. Can't even read the stuff on there anymore. Wow, that is hard to see. 473, but we've got some on here as well we could use. Only got one, so it's kind of doubled up on here. 473. mini pots. We could unhook one of those and use it. Right, so anyway, we'll worry about that. I've probably got some big orange ones, but I don't know if they're any good. Capacitors 047. These 047s? They are, but they're huge. They're big Chinese. Chinese. That's gonna be a little bit difficult to fit in, but we could use them at a push. So we've got spare things. We've got a spare tremolo. We've got spare tuners to improve things. So it's gonna improve. So we've got the bridge pickup here. We can have a look at this. We can fit that in there. And what we need, and I don't know if we've got to hand, probably not. What we need is a set of, oh, we've got some here maybe, springs to hang the pickups from. All these bits, they're just little springs. Could be, well kept. Good one, Will, you kept all the bits. Hey, you should be all right. Look at that. Okay, so let's hang up the pickups. So the bridge one goes in there. We'll get this spinning. I'll go around this side, put that through there, put a spring on that side. A little bit hard to see, I'm afraid. And then connect that into there. Alrighty, so don't ever go flat. Don't try and go flat with these pickups, because the screw will drop off there. You can just about get flat, but don't go any further. Don't try and sink it below, that's when it will come off. So now we've got a middle pickup, which is going to have a yellow lead, like so. It's going to be coming down like that. Yeah, I'm not sure about any of my spare pickups, so rather than mess them up, I think we'll stick with the originals. We don't want to end up with things that are fighting each other and creating polarity issues or phase issues, which is often what you get. It's not the end of the world, you can sort it out, but let's keep this as simple as possible. Okay, there's that one in, and then we'll get the neck pickup like so. Sorry if it's not a very good view at the moment. I'm just going to get these hooked up, and then we'll switch over to hopefully a different view in a minute. So there's our pickups refitted. We can find a tip for that. So what we want to do is find some cable ties if we can. Note to self, we need to order some more cable ties. And cable ties are great for, little tiny ones like this are great for organising the wires as they go through the guitar. I've got such lousy hand strength at the moment, non-existent. So what we end up with is we have the different bits of wire come through, so we know that this one is going to go to the middle, so it doesn't have to be hugely long, so it can be that long. And then we know the black wires all have to be the same length, so they come up together to a little bunch so we can use another cable tie. Okay, we do something like that. Cable ties just help to manage where the wires go inside under the cover. So we get the black wires together and they will go together onto a pot top, so we can cut them short. We don't need them vastly long, so we're all going to come along here and go to the top of the pot. There, about here. That'll be fine. So we're just getting rid of excess stuff. And then these are going to come to here and also about here. Okay, so that's my wires and pickups and stuff for a minute. We'll keep this out of the way, spare bits. Let's just get up the body of the guitar. I've got a bit come through the back here which I have to clean up. I didn't plan on that, did I? Sticky. Come on, come on. I should have planned that a bit better. We might just get some, what's the word I'm looking for? Solvent on it. So I'm just going to cut this back. I don't know if you can see, but it's actually done a nice job on filling out the bottom of the pocket now. Really doing a very good job of cutting this back, but it's so thin it doesn't really matter. I could probably cut it, pull it all off now anyway, and it would be all right. It's just being cling film, it's mighty thin. So what we've got is we've got a flat surface in there. I know we just need to get out these bits of wood. Don't know if we can pull them out this way. Yep, that's good. 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 That's not a bad start. And then we've got an empty one there, which probably filled up. So we can drill through there and get that a bit cleaned up. Let's use this one. So I'm just going to go through the back here, like so. Sticky. Ooh, very sticky. Great. I'm not going to get this one off, am I? I think I'm going to end up throwing this damn thing away unless I can drill through some wood with it, clean it off. Bear with me a second. hot, but ungummed, which is good. Right. So we have this and that, and therefore good. And then we could just get some, what's that stuff? We've got a bit of dribble down there as well. We'll get some solvent on there so we can wipe that off. Sticky solvent. Let's see if this works. And if that doesn't work, we shall see whether or not we can get it off with, it does come off with this eventually. Pain in the bum. Let's see if the cellulose thinners does a better job. Shouldn't be a problem because this is a polyurethane finish, so it should break this down a lot easier. Yay! I'm gonna clean it right up. Get there in the end. Okay, so let's clean that off. Let's get another bit of, we'll clean, degum that in a minute. I'll get more of the big bits off. Okay, sticky blobs I've taken care of, a bit more here. Okay, so we've gone off on a bit of a tangent already, so sorry about that. It's taken longer than it would normally take to set up a Encore Strat. What I'm just trying to do here is clean up the edges here. Oh, my poor wrist. Right, off you come. Off you come. Right, a bit more solvent. Had a good old customer of mine come over tonight with a new guitar that he'd bought from Anderton's, and wanted to, well, you know, with the intention to leave it for me to set up, but we really had to rethink it because there wasn't enough adjustment room on it, unfortunately. Yeah, it was maxed out, so even though it was absolutely brand new, it had it as far as action adjustments were concerned, which is pretty terrible for a brand new guitar. So my recommendation to him was that he sends it back and requests another one, or different, something different. Change it for something different. It just shouldn't be getting a brand new guitar with no adjustment room left in it. That's no good. So got this now done up. And that's good because now it's sitting correctly in its little neck pocket. Unlike before, it was at an angle because of that broken down plywood in the neck pocket. So a fix. Hurrah. Nicely done up now. We can clear up a bit more solvent work here, just to clear the traces of the resin off there. That's good. And then we can go over the whole thing if we need to with the naphtha, which is a sort of final cleaner. But this cellulose thinners stuff is pretty good because it doesn't hurt the polyurethane finish. Okay, so now we've got our neck pocket sorted. That's good. Got stuff all over the place here. So I think we can afford ourselves, let's have a bit of solvent on here now. Why don't we fit a new bridge just for fun? No point having a bridge and a tremolo bridge if you don't use it. So I found a spare one, which, to be honest, I don't think I'll use. And the reason I wouldn't use it is because it's got a screw-in tremolo arm, and I tend to only like to use the Wilkinson ones, which have push-in arms. So we'll put this in here and we'll check to see how, excuse me, sniffly, how well it works. So I think the holes are all lined up right. For this unit, which is a piece of luck. And we've got enough movement room as well, so all told, I think we are lucky. So we've gone from a chrome one to a black one. And if you remember, the tremolo arm on your chrome one was stuck, snapped off in there. Okay, that's about right, I think. We'll just get those, leave those there. So there we are. So for the tremolo arm, we'll just take this down to, oh God, I've got so little strength in my arm here. It's ridiculous. We'll take these down. Close to there. The aim of the tremolo block is to move smoothly without hanging up on these screws. So we're just trying to get them all to a place where they're just beginning to touch the arm, and that's perfectly fine. At this point in time, it's completely loose. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the arm out, put it over there, and then we'll attach the springs. Now, the springs, we've got 3 of them, and we're going to have to pull them really taut because this is all the way in. So let's pull this out a bit so we can work with it. I don't want to have to stretch too hard. Let's see if we can use this. I think it should be all right. Come on. Okay, so I'm going to hook up the middle one first. If I can grip with my puny wrist. Oh lordy. Come on, in you go. I do feel very feeble. Oh God, it hurts. Right, so what we're just going to check now is that this thing moves freely with these 3 springs, and it should do. Okay, there's our basic claw mechanism. It's very simple, and when Leo Fender designed it 70 years ago, whenever it was just a really smart design. So the idea was springs hold it there, and then with your strings through the block, you then down the line you can just bend it forward like that and make your strings go up and down. So we'll leave it right where it is for the minute, and we won't worry about it. Now the tremolo on the Strat can be in one of three positions. It can be locked down so it doesn't move, which a lot of people prefer that because they think it's the best way to have it to stop things going out of tune. Or you can have it down only, which is what we'll set, or you can have it fully floating, which is pretty good for people who know they want to use the tremolo in their playing, but a bit complicated and a bit too much trouble if you don't use the tremolo, if you don't know for sure that you use your tremolo in your playing style. So here we have, God, I'm sorry, the camera work's been rubbish. Oh dear. And what I want to do is persuade this little nut to come out. Now, it may come out, or it may come out with a bit of something else. Now, Encore are a bit annoying because they tend to make slightly too thick nuts. Now that means, while there are loads of replacement nuts that you can get for Strats, lefty one, we may have to end up just making one from a block here. Let's see, we've got two options. Let's measure this and I'll know pretty much straight away if that isn't going to work. So what have we got? Yeah, 340. This is here, this one's going to be 325. So really, truthfully, we're going to have to make one up from scratch if we're going to do put a decent nut in. And I think we're going to put a decent nut in because there's no point not putting a decent nut in. Ow. Careful. So we're going to go to about 3. Let's go to 4 as our thickness. I'm going to mark this up on here along the edge. So this will take quite a while to make a nut from a block of tusk like this, but it's worth doing. If we're going to do it properly, we're going to do it properly. So there's my mark, and then we can draw on the full width of this thing with a bit to spare. My hands are so clumsy with this injury. Okay, so we're going to cut that and sand back. Oh my God, my hands hurt. Okay. I'm just going to cut this with a bandsaw, I think. Now, most of the fine tuning now is going to be done on a mixture of sanding belt sanders, I should say. So I'm just going to mark these up as a target so I can aim for it to get it onto the belt sander. And to get close-ish, I can fine tune it. Not perfect, but I will go over here, make a noise. Now these when they get hot, they do distort a little bit, so you've got to be very careful not to overheat them, otherwise you'll end up with my wrist, oh God, a block. That's going to hurt a lot. So I've got a solid neck fitting. That's the first thing I've achieved, and I've then got a solid bridge block which looks pretty cool and black. And now what I'm doing is I'm getting ready to sand down this block to make myself the right width, right thickness of a nut. So I can said I was aiming for 4, so I've got quite a lot of spare material. So a lot of this standing stuff is by hand, and you just have to feel your way down to the size of the piece you're aiming to make. Okay, so yeah, the secret of a good playing action is to level your frets, and I use the method where I can level the frets with the guitar strung up. Most people get taught to do it in the traditional way, which is with the strings off and the neck set to flat, and then they level the frets and make them even compared to each other. Now that isn't the best way. The best way is am I going to do both sides of this? I am going to do both sides because I think this is slightly bowed now, so I want it flat on both sides. Yeah, so the method I use is it's better because it levels the frets with the neck under tension of the strings and compressed. And it's the compression that changes the shape and the position of all the frets. So it's really good to do it that way, as you'll see when I get around to it in a minute. So I'm just going to go back to this one, and we're aiming now for, what are we aiming for? 3, let's call it, to be safe, 345 to be on the safe side. So we're still quite a way off. So we just have to be patient and keep on sanding. And when we get down to approximately the right thickness by hand, then we can cut it down to the right size. So let's have a look. So I wasn't sure how far I'd get tonight in this because it's a bit of an unknown quantity, but I think we'll do well. It'll get quite a way. It's not the end of the world if I don't finish it tonight. Oh, my poor aching wrist. Okay, so I still got quite a bit of thickness to get down through. So by the time you use a block of tusk to make a custom nut like this, you don't end up with an awful lot of it left. So it's quite wasteful in one sense, but you know, it does its thing, which is you start with a block and you end up with the custom nut of the right shape and size. So eventually when we get down here, then we'll sort of size it off like something like this and reduce or start to limit the amount of material we're having to cut. So I'll just do quite a crude draw around like so, and then we'll take that off with the sanding thing over there. So a bit of noise. Great chunks of fire, great chunks of tusk. You can see we're still a fair bit above the line, so I can keep on doing that on the sander. Direction. Oh God, can you believe it? I hurt my wrist with a kickback from the blade. Okay, so that's still way oversized. That's okay. We're good. We're good. So what we'll do is we'll sand this down a bit here. Yeah, so all guitars have slightly uneven frets, and all guitars have more even frets when you load them and put them under tension, basically. So leveling them under tension is the best way to solve that problem, sort them out. So what I'm concentrating on right now is, more than anything else, the thickness of this piece and making sure that it stays in a kind of box shape. Yeah, so we're taking care of the nut, so we get the best possible get the best possible movement of the strings through the nut, because if you've got friction in the nut, it'll keep your guitar going out of tune for a long time, and it's very, very unhelpful. So we're taking care of the nut and the slots, and ideally using the best possible material, which I tend to think is tusk, hence I'm doing this. So once we've got that made in the right material to the right size, and we can make sure that the first fret action, so somebody's jet washing and it causes a bit of a spike in the voltage here, yeah, so we'll once we get the nut right and the slots running smoothly, then we make sure that the slots are at the right depth so that the first fret action is very low, and that's a secret to your guitar feeling easy to play. It's one of the main secrets. So we get that nut right, we get an easy to play guitar for starters, along with the low first fret action. If your first fret action is too high, as most guitars coming out of the shops are, the first thing that happens is that they play sharp. Notes fretted near the nut play sharp, and it's really depressing because you can tune your open strings up, for example, with the tuner, and everything's looking and feeling good, and then you fret an open chord, and the open strings together play nicely in tune with each other, but for some reason, you don't quite know why, your fretted strings all play sharp together, and the resultant noise is horrible. So that's why we take care of this first fret action to get it perfect. So right now I'm just getting down to perfect thickness of this piece of tusk, working my way down slowly and carefully. We don't want to overcut the feeling we might, lights might thingy out, short out in a minute, because that jet wash is putting quite a load on the system. Okay, we're sort of getting there. Once we get very close, I'll switch to the yellow finer sandpaper so we get right to where we want to go without overcutting, we hope. It's also very easy to overcut. So we're getting close to it. If I spin this round a minute. So this is going to take me longer than a standard setup, just because I've done doing a fair bit more stuff, putting a few more things right, which is fine by me, and doing it for fun more than anything. Knowing that this is Will's, it's got a sentimental value, this guitar. It's his first guitar, but I also wanted it to play so well as a guitar that it'll still play better than many of his friends' guitars, the top dollar ones. Okay, so we're getting close to oh, my wrist. I'm hurting. So we're getting close to the optimum thickness for this, and once we're there, then I can, you won't see it for a minute, but I can test it in the slot. Oh look, it's trying to go in, but it would be a bit too tight. I think we're just about there, so let's not go any narrower, but what we do want to do is we want to just concentrate on the overall shape again, and make sure we've got we're going to get stay there. Okay, so there's my, I'm going to go and cut these inwards so that we end up with exactly the right width for this nut. So it's going to be, you're going to want it at 42.25, and we're currently over, so I'm just using this little thing over here, sanding belt. very close to the correct length. And then the next thing we get to do is to take it up to the, put it together with the original and copy the spacing across from one to the other. Kind of important. How are we doing? Let's just we are okay. Okay, so I'm sort of happy to do copy the pattern now, the string spacing. So we have to decide which is our bass and our treble side, such as it's worth. Let's call this bass, call this treble, and then we can hold them together like so, bass and treble. And then we're going to put them together in such a way. Now, you can do a couple of things. You can get a little bit of sticky tape, got a bit here, and we can use that to stick one bit to the next, like so. Okay, those can be thrown away. So we've gone from one big block of tusk material down to this skinny little nut that will fit on this Strat. Now, hands are dusty now. So we've got bass side is going to connect with the bass side, and that's going to be so and so. So we get the double-sided tape off like this. And then we're going to put that like so. Run that up against. It's a bit too low. I think I better do this by hand. Very hard at the moment to see what I'm doing. Bass side, bass, treble, bass, treble. Okay, I've just sort of squished them together like so. Like so. No, they don't perfect. Oh, can't remember my ear. Stupid little fly. So we don't perfectly fit together, but I'll hold them in a vise for the next bit, and we'll get down the nut slot files as well, which we'll need. So I'm going to go over to, well, we could start here actually, probably. So we start there, middle of. Problem with this is it's finding the middle spot quite hard. Middle of there maybe. Middle of there. Maybe. A bit off to the left. Middle of there. Very difficult to use. Now I'm going to put this, watch me on the overhead lamp, over to this little vise over here. I can run off one side and off the other. So first side I'm going to do bass, 36. And this 36. So, and then this one at 26. So I'm using the original slots to guide and cut the new ones. Should be alright. And we come across to the other side of the vise. And then we go 17. 13. And 10. So, made an impression. We can remove the original, and then we can roll off the sticky stuff. Okay, so now we've got the marks telling us where we want to be. Now what we can do at this point is we can either we can just double check it, that spacing is good. We've got bass side, there, treble side, and so if I just go back to approximately where they line up, and then I can make a line down there, and I can be fairly confident to take that down to that line now. So I'll just put these files away for a second. It's all going to make sense when I hook it all back up. We've got a nice well-cut nut to work to. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand sand the bottom away here to get down to approximately to the right size. So I'm going to be concerned with keeping it straight. It cuts nice and flat. Let's have a look. So this is all just by hand. So if it goes off the vertical, then we have to correct it by hand as well. So it's looking pretty good actually. So what I'm aiming to do is to get it to stop at about the right height so it sits in the slot, and I've got a little bit more cutting to do with the nut files. That would be ideal. Okay, we're a bit tall on the we'll be all right. Let's see. It was still a bit physically a bit taller on that side. So let's alrighty, that looks good. So I'm going to now clear the sanding board off here. And we can retrieve the body and hold it up off the deck. So there's the base on this side. That looks like it will nearly fit, not far off. So what I'll just do in here is we've got a little bit of glue built up, so we want to what we can see. We want to clear the slot out as much as possible. Obviously it'll stop the new nut fitting in if we don't, but there's always some glue that's crusty and built up in the bottom of the slot, so I can see a chunk there which got to come out. So slightly different for the Encore family of guitars. It always has a slightly wider nut than anybody else for some reason. They always do it that way, so I'm very close to fitting in there. We have a little file that we can get in there to make sure the slot is clean and flat at the bottom. Slot bottom. Talk about bum cakes, my girl's got 'em. Oh, anyone been to see the end part 2 or whatever it was of Spinal Tap? I mean, I think I've got to go and see it just for, you know, the sake of legend. I'm sure it won't, you know, it's gonna, can't live up to the original in some ways, but somehow you can't not go and see it. It's like ignoring your old friends. All right, so something catching it in there. I'm still trying to grind this dried glue out. That's coming out. Yeah, so the beauty of the simple guitar like the Strat, it's a really simple guitar. I think, like I said, when you came round, Will, there seem to be 2 main types that people see themselves as. They're either Strat persons or Gibson persons, and I think I was probably always going to be a Strat person just because of how I think the shape of the guitar I started out with and started out looking at and wanting to have, and finally my first real guitar was a Strat shape as well, so I was trapped after that. There's no way out. Let's see if we can just get this in. So we're a little bit, tightens up a little bit there, so I'm just, I can sand this down a little bit, but I'm trying to make sure that this whole thing is as snug as it can be. I haven't looked at the clock all evening. The clock, you know what I mean. The watch. Okay, in we go. So look at that. We're so very nearly in. Come on, Arnie. Got the tiniest bit to go down. Probably now jammed in. Dead tight, so I can't go anywhere else. Oh, I think I forgot to bring back the hammer. Let's just see if this fits in snug. Yeah, that's about right. So I could probably work with that as is because it's in that side. The only trouble is that's a little bit proud there, because once you've got it fitted in, it feels you don't really want to have to dig it out, and it's just a nice fit already. You know what I mean? But then they would say, oh, you've got to get it out because all right, let's let's not be too hasty, eh? Let's not be too Hastings. We're nearly there. Don't give up on it, baby. Yes, so the Strat, dead simple. Like I say, it comes down to whether the setup is done right, and the two main parts is getting the nut right and getting the frets level so that they play at the chosen action. And I think when I was a kid, we were sort of forced to play, because we didn't know how to set guitars up or do anything like that. We were sort of forced to play at the action that the guitar imposed on us. And so now I do it differently. So I tell the guitar what the action is that I want to play at, and then we make the frets comply with that chosen action. So there we go. I think that is as snug a fit as we're going to get. So that's going to be very high at the moment, so that's okay. We can do a couple of different things. We can, oops, sorry, when we get the strings in to there, we can hand cut it down. I'm looking at the spacing, that looks pretty good actually, and then we'll take it down. Now what I've got to do now is we've got to fit some new tuners, which means we've got to get the old things out of the tuners. What do I mean by that? What are they called, those things? The ferrules. So I'm going to tap them out. Hopefully they'll come out easily without damaging, and then we'll have to enlarge the holes, which is probably going to be a bit of a challenge for my, that's straight out, going to be a bit of a challenge for my wrist, I think, but we shall see. What can we see? Oh yeah. Okay. So all the ferrules are out. There they are. Put that over there. So we need to go to 10 mils if we're going to use. We've got choices. We've got some ones there, and we've got some locking ones here. Let's use the locking one, shall we? So that's going to be a 10mm hole is needed, so we have to do it by reaming the thing. 9.8. We could try drilling through, but we'd have to have a block of wood behind and do it on pillar drill, which means taking the neck off. So, or what did we say? 9.8. Or we can do a bit of a little bit of 10. Go through like the side of the 10 on this thing. So go through here to 10. Where's the 10? That's the fourth one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. All around. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's an interesting little partial cut, but it's a way of doing it without busting a hole. So it's centralized. But you don't pop out the other side. That's not so bad. The truth is, you could probably go through with a drill bit now without doing any bursting out damage on the other side. That's the truth of the matter. sure we could. That's no good. I won't do that because I just think it's hard to control, and if I really want to do that, I'd have to put it in the pillar drill, which means taking the neck off here. So what we can do is we can take out, oh my god, can I do this with my left hand? I probably can. Come towards me. Okay. Yeah, not too hard. So we'll be changing how this looks quite a bit with the black, extra black, ultra black hardware. How much blacker can you get? None blacker. Once I've got these tuners in place, we've got the bridge in place, we've got the nut in place, we just need a bit of cutting the slots to get it to exactly where we want. We could first of all put the sacrificial strings back on and see how much we have to take off, and we could do some from underneath, a bit more from underneath. My grip is terrible now. So I'm not even trying my right hand. I think it would just be a waste of time. Yeah, so we'll put once we've got the tuners on the bridge at the other end, the neck joint is good because we fixed that, and we get the nut to the right height. Then we're ready to do the precision fret leveling, and that is the sort of heart of making the guitar play really well. So, blimey. See how far off the 10 mils we are. I feel like I might have to use my right hand. Yeah. Gosh darn. Let's try and do it with my other bad hand. Oink. Oh my god. Maybe. When you do it with this reamer thing, you get there, and you get there carefully and safely, but it's a pain even if you haven't got a bad on. But it's much better to get there without running the risk of splitting the headstock or whatever you might do otherwise. So a little, not quite fitting in. What have we got? 9.5. Let's see what 9.5 goes through here. Helps this along. Maybe. Snatch that out of my hands. Still a fraction tight. whichever way you cut or slice it, it's still just got to be 10. You can't get away with half. 9.5. Snatch. There you go. There you go. Right, gosh, where are we and what time is it? No idea. 1 hour 30 minutes on this bit. Okay, right, let's get these here tuners on so we can get ourselves, oh, my wrist, heading in the direction of fret leveling. So, okay, where's the bag of tuners? Bag of tuner. Ooh, yeah. This had better be 6 in line. I mean, I've got the other set of chrome ones if necessary, but oh, it looks good. Looks good in black. Got an extra dose of black washers here. How I came by that. Oh, well. Oh God, my poor wee wrist. So when we get these on, and when we've got the nut down to just about the right height, then we'll put the sacrificial strings on, and then we will set the playing action exactly as I want it, which will be a combination of 3 things: the neck relief, the last fret action, and the first fret action. Now I'm going to just line all these what do you call them, tuning knobs, doofers up together, because we're going to want to create some new screw holes to fit them or lock them in place. Okay, we're sort of just about there. That'll be right. So I'm going to put all these spare washers out of the way because they ain't good for us. But we'll use the little black screws, and then what we'll do is we'll get the tiny wee thingy, this thingy, and we'll put it in here. So we've got a few little holes left over, but that's okay. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to drill down into here, guided by my little bit of green tape. Stop me drilling too far. I never quite know how well that fits, so might be that we just widen these holes up a little tiny bit, but not too much. Right. Ah, my wrist. I'm so chuffed. Right, let's get this one here. You can see we're doing up the screws now. Doing up the screws now. Put that under there so I can press down a bit. Feels all right. So we'll get there. When you're doing little tiny screws like this, you really don't want to be using a power driver. It's that sort of point where you get to strip the heads and you can't feel, you don't have any feedback. With this, hand driving these in, you can feel when the screws tighten up and they're nicely snugly in, and then we can tighten up from the other side with the nuts, and that's good. We're nearly there. So all this little fiddling around stuff seems like a lot of pain in the butt, and it is. And I'm doing, like I said, I'm doing quite a bit extra things with the bridge and the, you know, the tuners and the neck joint and the custom nut and stuff like that. So normally a setup put together, clean up, tidy up on this would, a setup on a guitar like this wouldn't be two and a half hours, maybe 3 at the very most, if you had some complicated little things to do. Oops, that one's sheared off. Dag nabbit. That's not good. Right, what am I going to do? I'm going to take this off. That's a mighty royal pain in the bum. I don't know where me. Right, so getting this out now is going to be a bit tricky, and I tend to use as fine a drill bit as possible. What else do I need? I'm going to find the grippy thing over here. So what I've got to do, we're going to dig around. I'm going to basically dig around this sheared off thing. So what I first of all will just double check is how much overhang I've got. So I'm basically working around inside that footprint there, which isn't going to be totally easy, but here you go, live on camera. So I'm going to just go around, make some little holes, and hopefully get in between those if we can, or not. So if I can't, I'll get a spiky thing, see if we can give it a little guide start. Not so easy. Okay, and then just the aim, the light isn't very good, but the aim is to, we can just try and cut in around the, that didn't work very well, cut in around the abandoned, broken, sheared off screw. This isn't really sharp enough anymore, this tool. So I can just get a start point there. Okay, so what now I'm going to try and do is very difficult, but I'm going to try and just wander around sideways slightly. And believe it or not, before too long, you start getting a little kind of hole building up around, and then you can sort of take my wrist. You can take little recalcitrant bits that don't want to come out, and then you sort of find yourself working down a little bit. And so all of that at the moment is still underneath the level, underneath the covering part of the tuner. So we've got a little hole developing there, and now we may find we've got a chance to grasp the sheared off thing. Now I don't have very good hands, so I'm hoping this is gonna drag it out. I think that's coming out. So there we are. Ta-da! So you can see, as we come down there, we can put this back on and leave it like so. We could fill it in, or we could just leave it. What we don't have at the moment is another black screw head, but we should be able to find one. And this time it should go in all right without busting it. Tune the screws, anybody? So see what a tangled load of mess we've got going in here now. Not that one. Something like this one will do. That's too long. That's too long. Just a regular black one, please. So we don't need to drill anymore, I don't think, because if you think about it, we've already put one in there and pulled it out, so it's probably a little bit looser now anyway. Oh my wrist. Oh my wrist. Right. Over you go. Okay. Here we have it, here we have it. So I'm thinking, let's see how far we've got time-wise now. Let's see what we're up to. Don't tell me it's done it again. Yes, it has. Isn't that incredible? Wow. Right. This time it ain't coming out. Promise you. That's amazing. This has got it in for me. Where's the there it is. Right, well that ain't gonna happen now, is it? We're not going to get that out. So that is a piece of rubbish. I mean, how the hell are we going to get that out, if at all? Have we got any tools up here? Oh, sorry about this. It's just turned into a nightmare. There are no drill bits of any useful type or size that will do any cutting. Good fun this, not. Eventually we will get there. I don't really have anything sharp enough to get that far in. Honestly, what an annoying thing that is. Probably end up with bits of scalpel blade stuck in there as well. Sorry about this endless noise. I think that we're not going to get much further into there than that. Annoying. Could be here forever not getting this thing out. That is bloody annoying. I don't really have any other means. Oh yeah, no wonder. Low battery. Of course you got low battery. Huh. Come on, low power mode. It's still running. I'm going to have to shove in the charger. Ridiculous. Sorry about this stupid 5 volts, 12 volts 9. Let us see if we can charge this up. Can you do it? Yes, I think so. Damn you to hell. Damn you to hell. Never get this done at this rate. Kermie. So we can't get this snub nose thing in there to get it out. And we've got sharp things here, but there's not enough grip. Frankly, I can't grip this tight enough. Maybe. Oh, my poor knackered wrist. I'm just swiveling around. See if I can turn it at all. I can't turn this around very well. I think we're getting there. My goodness, would you believe it? Perseverance. You son of a gnitch. So you may say to yourself, as the days go by, once in a lifetime. Okay, so we've got a little bit of fixing to do there. I don't think I've got any really. Oh, I've got some small bits maybe. Should we see if we can turn this into a. Right, I'm going to go into the little thing over here. might be able to just get a little rounded off bit of that done. Let's see if we can. Well, of course, what we don't have is a sized thing. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to recover this damn thing if it kills me. What we'll do is shove that in there like so. Get that to there like so. And we go along the edge of it. Like so. You get an almost round thing. Like so. Now what we don't have is a measure. So let's see what we've got. 6.33. Let's find a 6mm thingy. We'd have to be careful because we don't want to go too far. It's very easy to overcut. We should be able to get that in there like so. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be better than a poke in the eyebrows. Sorry, camera. Let's have a feel. I think we should get something glued in there. We don't really have. Let's see, we got a bit of a rounder hill. 6. Could well be. We don't know. So been completely derailed, not quite 6. So, oh look. That's okay. A bit of depth to it to get this in, like so. Lovely. Get some glue. Get some glue and we'll be good to glue. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh. Little solutions, eh? Little solutions. Get in there, get in there. Get in there, get in there. Okay. Well, if we only get as far as we get, that's as far as we've got. Now then, we can take this and we can gently look at that. Obviously that's not the cleanest thing in the world, but we got a little, you see, you can, you're just about seeing, just a little cut back, scrape back, scrape back, scrape back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scrape that back nice and flush there. I'm going to put this in there like that. Wow, you would never know. We might even get to the point, sorry about the view a minute, we even get to a point where we can, oh lordy, progress this evening. Wrong way. Oh lordy. Hold on tight to your love. Right, that's going to go there. That's going to go there. We're going to get this little booger again. We're going to widen it this time, aren't we? Well, we've got to find another black screw that isn't going to shear off. Shear on, shear off. It's kind of soft in there. It's all right because it's not the hardest wood ever. So let's get one more. Right, are you going to behave? What does it feel like this? Let's get a feel for it. If this conks out again, I'm just gonna lose my mind. This has gone in very gently, I mean softly, smoothly. I think that's fine where it is. And then we can come to the other side. Fine, look, we've just recovered after all of that. We're back out. I think we're gonna take a look at what the clock says. What am I going to do? Oh yeah, let's tighten these up first. One and only time we have to do it. And then we will be finally ready to... There you go. Up we go. Tighten up. Lovely. Tighten up. Joyous. How much better. Right. So I just need to tidy up now, but I think what we can do is let's look at what the height over here is going to look like. Oh, my wrist. Holy mackerel. So I think we're about at least 1 millimetre over the top. Can I persuade this to come off there without any damage? I get really nerve-wracking now about this. Perhaps I don't wish to attack it with from the bottom at all. Maybe I'm just fooling myself. What I really want to do is do it from here. 10, 13, 17, 26, 36, 46, 47. So I'm going to keep cutting this down until we get to a place where it's ready to set up. Now, did I just put those there? Is that those? Could be those. Let's take those. I think that's the ones. Right. So let's see if I can just thread these up. Oh boy, curly, they're all over the place. Let's try it. Through there, through there. this. Come on now. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with this? Holy shite. Undo. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, what's happened here? No. Oh, after all of that, can you absolutely believe this? I've got a thing that won't come undone. Oh, Christ. Well, it will, but bloody hell. Not without wrecking my damn hands again. Oh, man. Well, that's an interesting little surprise, having suffered all of that trouble to get this on. And now we have, holy crap, this is doing my head in. Right, we can get that through there. We can get that through there. Oh, what is up with you? Holy cow. Right, this is interesting. I don't know what ever happened to this. Blimey. So now I've got the real challenge. I think we've got a real bugger of a challenge here. This is not sitting right, this neck pocket. Even with it filled in, it's still not sitting right. Sitting right. I'd have to shim it, which I really could do without. Let's just get this down to here. Well, I can sort of just about make it work. Don't like it much though. Oh, geez. We're about where we want to be. Holy crapster. So technically, this horrible looking thing needs a shim in it. Don't know how that ever went together. Encore. Shim. Well, do you know what? For the time being, I think we'd probably be better off with a shim than not a shim. Ow, you son of a gun. Because it just is going to be a pain not to have one. This is turning into a nightmare. Right. Not. Oh, Jesus. I think I've probably nearly met my match. No, it's not true. An Encore can't defeat me. But it's a bit of hard work, this thing, I've got to say. It's putting up some resistance. So, shimming. So something about this what's it called, this thing, that thing, the Encore, is such that the neck pocket angle's wrong, and maybe somebody's tried to change it in the past, hence it's been scraped away, but either which way it's tipping the wrong way. So what I'm going to do is put in a shim and lift the back end of the pocket or the heel up and fit us a small brass shim in there. Bits everywhere. Okay, so that's nice. That's set lovely. That's filled in perfectly, but it's yeah. Where are we going to go? We're going to go on there like so. Let us see what we have. Oh, still doesn't look any good. Why is that? What is so wrong with this blasted thing? For stars, back bow, front bow. So I am not massively thrilled with the angle of this. Sorry about this, it's the worst video I've ever made. So we tried to even that up, and I guess it will play. Let's try and tighten this up a bit more. Oh God, my wrists don't work. Yeah, so there's a major problem with the alignment of this thing. But we'll do what we can. So let me just get a load of strings onto here and we'll see how we get on. Get in there. Boring. What are we looking at? Resumed it. That's out. That's good. Next one. Come on. Blimey. So we've got a misshapen neck heel, neck pocket and heel fitting, which I didn't really look at too closely, because if you think about it, I went at this without putting strings on and seeing what it was doing. So partly my fault for catching myself unawares, but the scraping of the what's that stuff, you know, plywood is not a good indicator of what's been going on. So that's messed up the shape of the pocket for starters, and so we have to do our best to refit it or reshape it. So the shim and a bit of resin in there to try and sort of filled the pocket out so that it's sitting firmly and not floating above fresh air, but it hasn't really improved the angle because the angle's still wonky. So I'm just going to try and get this down to playable action, even with the shim we've got there as well. Right. Let us remove this excess thing here. Just as well I started today on this one because it's going to end up taking me 2 days. So I'm going to, oh, come on. Yes, it's going to take me a lot of time, unfortunately. What are we doing here? Which one's which? Thicker, thinner, thicker, thinner, thicker. Red and then plain silver. We need a little spray pipe thing to push the strings through. And my fingers are aching. Push through, put through. Thank you. Oh, don't tell me this isn't long enough to fetch all the way. Fetch, reach all the way up there. Barely long enough. What's all that about? And finally, yes, so what we would like to be able to do is get this all set up and ready to precision fret level, but it's playing me give me the run around. Thank you. Okay, let's pull that through there to there. Okay, so obviously we're way too high the action at this end. I'm just going to set all these saddles much lower and see where we go. Come on. Let's have a quick look. Wow, that's narrow spacing, but that's what the original one was, so who knows what was in there. That's exactly the same spacing. Well, how weird is that? So what do we do? We've got not so much there, but we've got a ton there. Quick look down this end. 125, 125. Oh, blimey, what a pain. What a right pain this has been so far. Right. Feel. Right, that's probably about the right height there. What we want to do is to get this down to the right height here, so we are way over on the base side. Where's the come on. Oh, no, please. There it is, thank you. So we have Imperial 88.8, 0.53, 0.65, 0.75, 0.80 mm's. 0.80, 0.75, that's 155. 155, that's 155. 155 plus. Come on. 155. 155 plus this one. 155. 160, 180. I can't twist my arm round, my wrist round. Gosh darn it. Okay, we've got 180 easily on that side. 80 and 180. Okay, so we've got 80 and 180. 80 and 180 clearance. We need to minus 0.5 on the top side, and we need to minus 1.5 on the bottom side. Blimey. 0.5, 1.5. We'll get there. Okay, boring, isn't this? I'm so sorry. I've never imagined a thing could end up being this boring, but it has, I'm afraid. And it's because maybe it's because maybe it's because it just has taken a ton of time. Let's try and gently get that out, so we know we're going to get, what did we say? Minus 0.5 on that side and minus 1.5 on the bottom side. Blimey. So we need to measure this, get the thing. I can't rub the board with this. Ow. Oh, it's so painful. Okay, we're going to go there to there, there to there. And we're going there to there. We're going on the base side. Base side. We're going base side. We're going 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and no, that's the wrong side. 5, 5, 5, and on the treble side, it's going to be something else. Treble side. Be 510, 510, and we want to come down to minus 5, 460. 460 there, and this one wants to come down 152. 405. 15405. Right, let's put this up here. God, what a pain in the royal arse. Right, we've got, what did we say? Bass side 1.5, treble side half. Bass side 1.5. I think I've had just about enough tonight. Let's check our things. Bass, bass and treble. Bass and treble. Bass side 492, treble side 500. So that's 0.4 and 1 still. 1 on the bass side, 0.4 on that side. See where we got to. Bass and treble. Bass side we've got 460 and top side we've got 46. We're on the mark on the top side. God. I think I'm going to put this in cobwebs in it. Yeah, it's driving me bonkers. Now this is a tight fit. So we get it shoved in tight there. Shoved in tight there. Let's tap it down and see. Just want to make sure it's seated. Pretty close actually. Vice versa. Right, let's put these on their marks. On their marks. Let's tighten them up. We're pretty close at that end there. Great, fabulous. Let us just have the 0.3 over here. Find it if we can. 0.3, 0.3, 0.7, no. 0.33, 0.25, 0.28, 0.3. Oh, jeez. 0.3 mil. That's good. Right, do we have a tunery thing for a minute? Okay, so here we have perfectly set on the high E end. So let's get that out of the way. Let's do the G. Here we go. 17. 17. Let's try it. 17. Nice, nice, nice. Very good. 13. Red. 26. Okay. 26. Now for the 36. Six, 46. Okay, up over the top. 36, bit of help. Six. .46 crash. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, let's just sit at that point for a minute. Right, where's it getting there? Slowly. 1.25. Come on. 1.25. Just over 1.25. Just over. A little bit higher. Oh, my wrists. What a pain. I wonder if I should take this home and finish it tomorrow. Well, I will. Right, that's the basics. Wow. Holy cow. Didn't think we'd actually get to that point. Oh my God. Well, I'm sure you won't want to have watched all of that. What are we on? Holy shit. 2 hours, 35 minutes and still counting. That's since the last switch off. Right. Holy buggery. Sorry. So what have we got? We've got what to call it, a new nut. And the thing about the new nut, just to let you know, is we are going to cut it down because we don't need all of that excess nut material on the top there. It's all excess, we don't need it, so we can cut all of that off, and especially it'll be even more once we have a string tree on there. So we'll take all of that nut down to a sensible amount. As you can see, I'm doing there. That's fine, and then we'll end up with a much lower action. So pull all that off there. So I can keep on using this like so. We don't need any more material on there than it's necessary to just hold the string in its little slot. So you can see tons of material coming off. So by the time we get through this, there'll be virtually nothing left, but it will still be perfectly enough to function as the nut that we need. So just getting downer and downer until we're at the right height. So what we can do while we're at it is, whenever we're going to do it, we can mark off the frets. I'm going to check the time in a minute and be surprised what time it is. But let's mark this off so we can, either at home or wherever, get this leveling done. Ow, these strings are hurting me, but they'll be all right. Let's do this. Okay. So we'll take this back. I've got a bag here. Move my hands. Okay, whew, that's it for today, I think. Let's check the time. I'm way past my bedtime. Oh, it's 9:30, so yeah, it's quite late-ish. All right, so right, after all of that kerfuffle, what I think I'll do is I think I'm going to take this back with me home, and tomorrow I'll do some more work on it. Oh God, during the day, little action tweaking stuff, the fret leveling and so on, and then I will take my crowning file home as well. So I'll put this in a bag. let's see, have I got any tusk string trees? No, not black ones, I've got white ones. White ones, black ones, white ones. Somewhere there's a white one. Here is a white one. Yeah, we can have one of these, make it work. The whole point is to make this thing work better. So I guess what I'll do is, if I do this tomorrow daytime, then what we'll only have to do in the evening will be to we just need to wire up the electrics and put it back in together. So just widening the hole for the tusk string tray. God, what a boring video this has been, I'm so sorry. Some days it just doesn't make riveting viewing, promise you. There we go. There we have it. Right, that is ready to precision fret level and do all the sanding and polishing out business. That's nearly flat, but it's beautifully light. That's going in this bag here. Okay, that's it for tonight. Sorry it was such a pain. I will see you again later. I woke up this morning, I went to the, where did I go to? The physiotherapist today. And they were very nice. Greek lady. And she said, "Can you take 5 days off?" I said, "Where are we going?" No. She said, "Can you take 5 days off?" And I said, "No, not really. I've got too much good work." Oh, yes, indeedy. Anyway, so I didn't take 5 days off. And she said, "Well, you could do with resting your wrist." So I said, "Yeah, I could." The Maldives sounds about right for me. Anyhow, jokes aside, holiday jokes aside, she basically booked me in for an X-ray because she sort of explained how when you have, you know, when you've damaged your whatchamacallums, your tendons, no, your joints in a something like an accident, then you kind of your wrist stays stuck in one place for the rest of your life, and you kind of overwork the remaining face where the things touch each other, the little bones, the metacarpals. God actually told me. She said carpal tunnel, metacarpals. Anyway, so I thought, okay, I'm going to go for an X-ray, and then depending on what they see, they're going to send me to the hand clinic. This hasn't quite heated up. They're going to send me to the hand clinic, which is very cool. And in the meantime, I need to get some, I don't know, oil or something so I can massage my hand this way and that way to help the pain in the muscles and whatnot. Anyhow, what am I looking for? Oh, right, I'm looking for wiring up Will's what's not. I'm running late, really, but that's okay. I can do it. I'm not running late for this. It'll be on time for Will and his pop tomorrow. But I'm running late, as in having this bad wrist has slowed down my productivity a bit, which is okay. Not surprised. So what's on tonight really is only, I suppose that's a bit of a break, it's only as much as wiring up this Strat, this Encore Strat, refurbished, livened up. Oh, come on, you little bits of wire. So I'm just basically wiring up a 5-way Strat switch. Any chance of doing, sorry about the view, this is not much good for the camera work, but oh, for crying out loud. Thank you. You go in there and go in there. Right, you two, behave. Ooh, behave. Right, so this one here is going to be the neck one, which is this one coming down here, and that one going over there, and that one coming over there. Do we think that's the neck one? Yes, we do. So first one, neck one. In you go. Stop skidding out of place. So it's just a little earlier, I had Mark come over to pick up the Gibson ES 335 that I refretted for him. His dad's much loved old guitar, or his late old dad's much loved guitar, and he was very pleased with it, so I was mighty happy. There's nothing like, you know, when you can treat, oh, I'm such a plonker, that's not the right one to go in there. Somebody should have spotted that, shouldn't they? Anyway, yeah, it's just wonderful when you're doing work on a guitar that really means something special to someone because of family sentimental reasons. So I just think that's great. Now I am going middle here. I was pretty confident he'd be happy with it. You know, it's a slightly different feel, obviously, quite a lot of a different feel from before, but that's what you're going to get when you refret something. So what mattered was that he liked the way it felt, which he did. So he's gone off a happy man, and hopefully, you know, we'll see him again in the future with some other guitars. He's got some pretty good, high, you know, nice quality guitars that I think some of them have, you know, inherited from his dad's era. Okay, so there's my 3 switches. I've got a jump over switch already, link already in the middle position. I'm going to rig up according to a particular wiring diagram. So this comes out of here and goes to, oh, my wrist, goes across here to the input first position, first lug. Oh, my hand hurts. So this isn't a very complicated wiring thing, the Strat. You sort of get used to doing them. Yeah, but anyway, so I'm a little slow. I was hoping to be doing James's PRS today, but the extra time involved in this Strat kind of caught me out yesterday, so I didn't get it finished. And I did the fret leveling, recrowning and all of that stuff at home today during the day, so I've been kind of keeping just about in line, on track, but a day late if you like. But you know, that's okay, because the PRS one isn't critical. It's done, ready for the weekend or anything like that, so don't need to worry. So down here into the input lug on the volume pot, and oops, come on, don't get caught up. Very nice. Then we're going to have an output to the jack, which, let's use some of this pushback wire, or so-called pushback wire, that I got from China. My poor old hands. We'll use that for the output to the jack, and we could use a bit more for let's use a bit for joining together these here pots, might as well. they're connected. Technically, they should be connected by their, because they're joining on the tinfoil sheet on the scratch plate, but I never quite believe that to be true, so I always like to make sure. So let's see. Stay there. So yeah, so I didn't get the fret leveling, crowning, or sanding and polishing on camera. I got a couple of pictures, but just it was homework. It's quite more difficult to do on video, and stuff is going on. Anyway, I always find this pushback wire, cloth covered wire, very difficult to use, because in order to cut all the way through it, you end up almost always end up cutting through a bit of the wire underneath. Or you don't get the second bit uncovered. There we have it. So I'm going to join up. You see me? You can see me. I'm going to join up that with that. Oh, come on, you. Do your thing. Do your thing, widow. There. These are higher because they're longer shaft pots, if you get what I mean. And we'll go down to, nice to go here to here. There, and let's add a little bit of extra solder here to take care of this. Come on, down you go. Weather's changing a bit now, getting a bit of a wind coming up, and it's gone nice and grey, so we shall be expecting some heavy weather coming in. Stormy weather. But if I'm honest, I just only today took down the hammock and put it in. Oh, I haven't put it in the shed yet, but brought it down out of the potential rain. So it's not bad going for somewhere early October. Oh, geez, that hurt. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Double ooh. Right, this one, middle to the outside. Middle to the outside, like a so. Middle. We ain't going to get it to go in, are we? If we don't, how are we going to get it to go in? Do I think I stand a chance of doing this? Maybe. That's not really that clever. What I want to do is be above that little wire, or below it, or something like so. Something like that, with a bit of a push. Okay, something like this with a bit of a push. Hold on there. It doesn't really want to do what I'm asking it to do. Okay, just hold there for a minute. Phew. So that's middle lug to out. So we're using one capacitor across the two pots. So like so. It's not the way I would normally do it, so I'm just copying a diagram that was online just for something different. The thing about wiring guitars up, Will, is it's quite tricky. First of all, there are many ways to do the same thing, which isn't very helpful to know. So it would be great if there was just one way and we had to concentrate on getting that right, but there are many ways to do the same thing. Let me just get my head around what am I trying to do. Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah, many ways to do the same thing, so you've got to find out a way, one of the sort of standard ways that works. And the problem is when you go looking for it online, you find not only, you'll find all presented at the same sort of level, you'll find all the right ways of doing it, the different right ways. So your first thing is you've got to figure out, you've got to know somehow how to decide which is which is right, and B, which you want to do. And then on top of the right ways, the various right ways, there's a whole bunch of wrong ways, which are either just plain wrong, or someone's maybe done a variation for a particular setup that they want to do that you aren't interested in doing. Or, just get this right a minute, bridge to number 2. Bridge to number 2. Come in, bridge to number 2. Have we got enough wire? I think I have. Yeah, so there's the right way, variations. There's the wrong way or irrelevant, with people doing various different versions, none of which are suitable for what you want. And your biggest problem is knowing which it is you're looking at. So that's always the hard bit. And so what I recommend, if you're interested in doing this sort of thing, is to get hold of or find, when you find or go looking to begin with, look for a dependable wiring diagram for the basic kind of guitar. Let's say the Les Paul that you're interested in, or the Strat that you've got here. Go and spend some time finding a diagram that everybody agrees is bog standard, and there'll be different diagrams for each kind of switch. This is one kind of switch, they call it the import switch. It's the cheapest sort of Chinese switch that you get with these things. So there'll be a different diagram with the import switch, but go and find a workable diagram for the type of guitar you're interested in and kind of put it to one side. But better yet is test it before you put it to one side. Rig it up and test it so that you can write it, jot it down as working, it works, and then have that. You can always come back to it and work away from that when you're starting to look at doing modifications and improvements. That would be my advice. So I'm sort of slightly jumping around from that, because what I'm doing here is doing something with a slight variation to it that I'm not 100% familiar with, but I trust, I guess I'm saying I trust the diagram that I came across. So I'm going to join up these two lugs here. Oh, my wrist can't turn. Joining up these two lugs with a single wire like so, because I want them both to, I'm going to run two pickups through this one tone. So that's why I'm joining these two together, because this bit of wiring joins the pickups to the tone pot. So the output from this side of the switch is going to go to the second tone pot. So we're going to have bridge and middle working off the same tone pot. Now some people do it differently. They do neck and middle off one and bridge off the other. Some people do no, sorry. Yes, some people do bridge and middle. Some people do neck and middle. Sorry, I'm just not making a lot of sense to myself even. Okay, so this is the we come in onto T1 here. We miss out that one, so it's in the middle. That's been taken away. Middle, right? So we'll just shorten that a bit. So I want this to come up under here, really, and bend. If we can get cooperation into the middle, that will give us a tidy it a bit out of the way. I think what I probably need to do is push that through a bit more, like so. No, I've dripped downwards, which isn't what I really want. I think it'll be okay now. There we are. Cut off the excess. So yeah, get and test, or find and then test, so that you know yourself that it works. I think that would be a pretty amazing thing, because it's only when you know for yourself that something works that you'll feel confident trusting in it, and you'll save yourself a ton of time and misery when you've got something that you trust to use. Now I'm going to use some black wire here. We're going to go, some of this is going to go through to the, do we want to use a long piece? Oh no, this is for the, right, that's for the output. So we want a piece to go through to the jack. Oh, we'll take that one. So we're going to put a couple of things to the top of the pots here for ground. And we'll go from there. That and that. Let's have some cut back on this wire. Yeah, so the great thing about the single coil pickup setup that you've got here is that it's very simple. Which is thankful. So your pickups on a single coil usually have just the 2 wires on each one, and each wire is considered as an earth wire and a live wire. And funnily enough, the pickup itself, as long as you're not doing complicated wiring things, but at the simplest level, the pickup, like on this setup, the pickup doesn't really know or care which wire is hot or live and which wire is ground or earth. So we sort of get bothered by it, and we need to know, especially if we're doing more complex things with the wiring, like adding in switches and stuff. That's when it becomes important. But at the simplest level, on a simple pickup, which is a coil of wire that starts here, goes round and round and round and comes out there. So it's just a coil with 2 ends, and we've got the ends coming out of the pickup. One end's going in, if you like, and one end's coming out, and then we connect them to things, which we're doing here. The pickup, the guitar of the pickup itself doesn't care which you decide is hot or cold in a simple setup like this. So if I happen to have put the white wires and the yellow wire to the lugs, so I've treated those coloured wires as the hot, or the inputs to the switch. But as far as the guitar is concerned, we could have done it the other way around. We could have used the blacks as the hot signal wires, and the different colours could have just treated them all as the ground wire and clumped them all together. Because we did it treating the blacks as the ground, we put them all there together. We twisted them together and grounded them on the top of the pot. but like I say, we don't have to do it that way. We could have done it the other way around, but that's because these are simple two-way pickups. I'm going to put a bit of lead-free solder onto this here, and we're going to just ground the bridge. I'm only going to do it because it was ground. There we go. I hate this. We drop a few blobs of solder onto the lovely carpety thing, which I expect to get destroyed anyway. Yeah, it was grounded before, but technically I don't think it really needs. Ouch! I've just put my hand on that solder. It holds the heat as a ball of solder for quite some time. I've got a feeling I may just have done this fractionally too short to be effective. It's me trying to be really tidy. We shall see. Yeah, so I'm just grounding it switch because it was grounded before. So I don't know. It feels like I'm being polite or something. Now you can just reach the top of the pot there. So when we say that the switch is grounded, and we're doing it by touching the casing of the switching or connecting the casing of the switching to the top of this pot, in and of itself that isn't grounding. This pot has to be grounded out to the ground outside the house, in the mains if you like, and then it will be grounded. But up to this point it's not technically grounded to anything, but we're setting it up so that eventually, once I put these wires on, you'll be able to trace a ground wire coming in from the ground outside the house, your residence, to the through the electrical system, and eventually through this wire to the ground, the casing of this, ground all of these pots, ground all of these pickups by virtue of the black wires being on top of the pots. So that grounding thing is very important for things to work, because if you don't ground something, all it means really is you're not completing the circuit of something, and so it won't work. And if we changed it and did it the other way I suggested and made the colours go to ground, this wire going out to the jack would still ground the pots even. So we've got a black wire that I'm using to ground the pots, and then the coloured wires would be the ground for the pickups, and the black wires would be put on. It'd be a bit harder to work out which is which. I'd have to trace them a bit more carefully, but that's what it would do for us. So I'm going to take these out of the middle pickup because it's there and it has got some solder on it. So I'm going to sort of ground. Now this is grounding the bridge, but we do that by running one of these black wires to the claw at that holds the springs at the back of the guitar, and the other one we're going to put to the jack. What I need first of all is just to tin both of these so we're ready. So that's what we're going to do. So I think the cloth one will be to the jack, and this plastic wire will go to the ground, the claw. And because of the way that tremolo is set up, once the claw is grounded, the springs are grounded, which ground the bridge, which then ground the strings on the other side where your hand is playing them. Let me just, do I need to tin these? Not really. So the last thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the output here from the volume pot. So this is the kind of master volume out, which is going to go to one part of the jack. So I can just get this through there, seat it comfortably about there. When I get this in, we've got all the wires in place, but we can go through and do a reality check just to be sure. One of the things I found over the years is I'm not the kind of person that could read a book and know all about wiring and then do this stuff and suddenly the guitar I wired up works. I had to do it by copying something that I find online, getting it wrong, trying not to panic, and in the beginning going back over things several times, usually distrusting my own work and often replacing components unnecessarily because I just thought I had to, because I was convinced I'd got it wrong. But I'd usually end up with it working in the end, and once I'd got it working, I would make sure I'd kind of recorded what it was that worked. So I you know, if I got a diagram that I'd drawn out wrong, then I would correct it and go, this works, and I'd keep a sort of copy of that somewhere. And so my first wirings were all like that, constantly getting it wrong and then redoing it and getting it right. And that's how I learned. And then you get to a point where you're no longer quite so nervous about the basic wiring. So for example, you could do Strats and basic Les Pauls quite comfortably without getting into a panic when you saw them coming, needing rewiring. And then once you've got to that level, then you can start thinking about adding in complicated switching, well, not complicated, but switching, which complicates matters quite a bit, because switches, the switching typically gets complicated when you introduce things like coil split switches. They could be little toggle switches, or you're adding in push or push pull, you know, bounce switches, bounce pots. And then it starts to get a bit more complex at that point. But again, you know, you once you've got the task to do that for a couple of things, you'll before long you'll figure out, you get familiar with the, you know, the one that does the coil split, and which obviously you have to have a humbucker with 5 wires or 4 wires and a bare wire to do a coil split. But the reason why there's more wires to a humbucker and why that allows you to do a coil split is because the humbucker gives you, it sort of brings out a wire from the middle of the humbucker, which is effectively just a continuous wire that if you didn't pull it out and extend it so we could see it, it would just remain tucked up inside the humbucker. But the idea is that it gets extruded out so that you can interrupt it, and it brings the 2 parts of it out to you as separate wires. And then the humbucker, they are in a humbucker that you don't want to cut the coils and you just want to use it as a full humbucker. Those wires are left soldered together and tucked kind of out the way, out of harm's way really. Okay, so now I've got the jack ready to go. You might have noticed I put some low strength thread lock on it, which will stop it coming undone, which is a common thing on Strats, budget Strats, or any guitars like this. Over time they tend to like to come undone. Now if I was smart, Will, if you ever get into doing this with guitars, you would test this right now to see whether it works. And you think, well, how would I do that? And for that purpose, you would be smart, and I'm sure your dad will know this sort of thing. You will have some test clips like so. And you would go, well, where's my output? Well, remember we said this is, let's do this to yellow is ground, let's call it. So we go, ground is that yellow there, and then hot. No, we've got, yeah, hot is the white. That's what we've done. That's all we've done. So we've got one of my clips going to hot and one going to ground, and then we get ourselves the guitar amp. Moving all my rubbish out of the way. Guitar amp and a cable. Turn it on. Too crazy a thing. So what we can do is, to keep it simple, is we can just lay that down on there, and we can put that to the hot and that to the ground. There's a lot of wiring, lighting and stuff in here. So let's see if it's working all right. A bit noisy. It's very loud. It's probably quite high gain as well. Let's just have a look. Right, we've unclipped something. What have we unclipped? The hot signal, the output. Okay, so there's our output. Let's keep them. So what we're looking for, I don't know how well you can see that, is we're looking for bridge. That's tone. Volume. Good. Those two together. That on its own. Those two together. That one on its own. Now what I can't hear very well on here is the it's very hard to do, but I can't quite hear is the tone effect. That's volume. Now I'm not hearing a lot of tone response, so I'm just going to go back and check my sanity. In other words, my wiring diagram. That would be grounded there. Oh no, that was stupid. No wonder that won't work. It needs to be grounded. I've missed a grounding. I've missed a grounding. We need to take a piece of wire, a little thin. We'll take a little piece of a very cheap, what's that thing called I'm looking for? It's called, let me just get my head around this one. No, I can't do it with this thing, stupid me. Let me just turn this off a minute. I've missed a grounding. I've missed a grounding thing, so I've not grounded my lug baby. Come on, come on. I want to get you. What are you doing? Can I say? Have to bend this out of the way, do we? Come on, come on. Right. I'm not careful. I'm going to end up breaking this. I'll be in the market for a new pot. Stand up and behave. Thank you. Right. This one, I needed to go across there to there. So let's just make this easier on myself. Make it easy on myself. Oh, for heaven's sake, get out of there. Right, there's my thing. Okay, so that was just it's an unfamiliar wiring diagram for me, so I've missed out grounding this capacitor. That's why it wasn't working. So you might see in my sort of logic is I said, oh, I'm not hearing a capacitor doing anything, responding. So what I realized I'd done is I'd missed out. I've basically not grounded the capacitor, which means it won't work. Like any component that needs to be grounded that isn't, it won't work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it, where am I going to take it? Middle to, where am I going? I'm going middle to outside. Okay, middle to outside. I'll worry about that in a minute. So we go middle there. We can't go through. Damn, dropped out. Let's try it the other way. Let's try it another way. The algorithm will get me for singing a Pink Floyd song badly. Let's try it another way. 3 games for May. Right, let me wire up this end here. So we've extended that leg of the the capacitor over to the middle pot on here, which is where we meant to be. And then we are going to take yonder misbehaving leg and we're just going to pull up this little spare a bit of leftover wire out of the way. You get out of the way. But first, we're going to take this and shove that through the hole. Yeah, so there was a bit of logic there going, something isn't working, what isn't working? Logically, the capacitor doesn't sound like it's working. So there's something wrong with the capacitor, which sort of led me pretty quick to the realization on reviewing my diagram that I'd not grounded the capacitor. Hence, it couldn't work if it wanted to, or it couldn't do the thing it was supposed to do, which was to bleed off the high frequency signals. And that's all your capacitor does, by the way. It takes your starting noise output from the pickup, and it takes out, if you open up the pot, dial it all the way around one way, it will take out the certain high level frequencies. There we go. Oh, that's in the way still. We can get rid of that. A useless little extra bit which could cause problems by jumping across and shorting something else. Come on now. Thank you. With a bad wrist, it doesn't help. So now I'm going to get a little bit of extra this and a little bit of that, and we're going to just attach that to the top of the pot. Okay, so now we have a grounded whatnot. Pull those out of the way, check those are connected, which they're now not. That one's connected, and that was the hearth or ground. Different names can get really confusing. Put that on there. Right, ouch. So that goes on there. Let us now put the thingy back on. Turn it to not such a high gain setting. Sounds better already. Neck should be that one. Yep. Middle should be so bridge, that one. Middle should be that one as well. Oh no, okay, it's that one. So the middle and neck work off. The middle and neck work off this. Bridge has its own down there, which is pretty good. Okay. Thank you. So that was the smart money. Finding out where I'd gone wrong before going through the trouble of getting this all back inside the guitar and soldered back together. So that's where the smart money, and you noticed how I nearly didn't do it. Well, that was the lazy me was finally overcome by the smart me, who was more like the teaching me, who was about to say, well, what you really want to do, Will, is this. And then as I'm almost subconsciously thinking that, I'm thinking to myself, well, if you're telling Will to do it, you're going to have to do it yourself, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. You're not standing up for what you're doing, believing in, whatever, you know what I mean. I'm not doing as I preached. Now I'm just going to cut two of these little things here. I'll show you why shortly. They are shrink tubings. All right, so now we have a good bit. Da-ba-da-da. We have a circuit that works. We have some wires that have to go somewhere. This wire has to go through the back here. My wrist is still puny. And these two wires have got to come through this hole. If only I could see where the damn thing was here. Are you serious? Where's the hole? That's the worst drilled. Couldn't have made that harder if they tried. Right. So before I spend a ton of time crying and spitting blood, I'm going to try and drill a bit of a bigger hole through there. It's a tiny hole that you can't get the wires through. Now they would have probably just pushed some very small plastic covered wires through. Now this is not going to be perfect. There we go. My scratch plate should cover that. can see it, hopefully. I think it will. Just, yeah, so that's a thing you don't want to find out at this late stage in the game, because that's just going to make life really hard. When you put your wires in, just be aware that the pickups often literally will pick up a whole bunch of magnetic things, so before you know it you can have, you know, dozens of screws and wires and springs stuck to the bottom there. So what we've got to do is get these two through here. Are you kidding me? Oh, come on. I've drilled a huge hole and you don't want to go through. Talk about making things difficult. Right, now we've got a problem that this stuff doesn't want to go through, because it pushes back, and so it's deciding to push back instead of going through. Stupid stuff. Right, we've got these two through now. Should do as asked, please. Right, now those two through. Bring that up like so. Pull them a bit tighter. And we'll pull through this one here, and we will look at placing that in there. Now this is interesting, because we've got to go down and under here. I think that's about right. Look at that. Woo. Right, there are our wires for our jack. Everything else is sitting nicely. Let's get some fresh screws. In fact, why don't we treat you to some black screws? We might as well. And let's get the electrified screwdriver. Save me struggling. There we go. Not everything will be black on here, but we might as well put some on. It's nice, fresh start. Now once you checked it and you know your circuit works, and you put it together like this, there's still a possibility of something that could go wrong with this, and that is, if you noticed that the lugs on the switch that we soldered the wires to are now facing downwards into the bottom of the bottom of the electrics cavity, and the electrics cavity often has some shielding on it, which yours does. Often has some shielding on it, and if it does, those contacts are likely to touch out that shielding, and it can cause a short, which you don't want to have happen. So we've got to be very careful, aware of that, and cautious about that. So now what I want to do is to connect up our jack socket here, and that's where our heat shrink bits come in. So what did we say? We said the white is the hot and the black is the ground. Now believe it or not, this is where I have screwed up more times than I've had hot dinners. If you ever do a wiring like this and you think everything's working, you put it together and then to your horror it won't work, I can almost promise you, if you're anything like me, you'll have messed up at this point. You'll have got these wires the wrong way around. Always suspect that first, and the reason I say that is because they're hidden for the rest of the life of this guitar. They're hidden underneath this cover, and you might change everything else here thinking you've screwed up. In fact, all you've done is put these on the wrong way around. So we're gonna do it together so I don't get it wrong. Hot. Okay, hot is that one, the one that runs through under the switch and connects to that one. The one that is the earth, if you like, is the one that comes through the middle and is connected directly to the bit that sheathes the tunnel. So the long part of the switch, no, what's that word I'm looking for? The long part of the jack socket will come through the middle here, like so, right, and the tip is obviously the hot signal, and that kind of clips there like that and touches only there, and that comes across to that one, and the ground one is the one that's touching all the way at the middle, and you can see that that's connected directly to there. You can see a direct continuity between that lug and this plate and this body of the thing. So that's just to remind me that that is in fact the ground one. So I come back to here and I go ground is black, I'm sure of that, and then I'm going to go, that's what I want to do, I want this one to go in there like that. So I'm going to just sort of lay it there where I can reach it with the heat, check I've got enough heat in the soldering iron, make sure I've already threaded my shrink wrap tubing, so I don't have to undo this and put it in. Again, I've done that loads of times, think I've got it all sorted, and then realise I didn't put the shrink wrap on. I don't bring the shrink wrap anywhere near that for a minute. Now what I've got here is I've got a bit of excess wire sticking through, so that probably be, you know, makes sense to get it and bend it up and snip it if I can find the snippers. Again, we don't want bits floating around in here that could short out on other bits. So this will do. That's it, cleaned up. Now what we will do is we'll put this sheath over there like that to keep these two sides apart. It's just a little hygiene factor, they say, so to say. It's not really critically important. Now this is going to be too long to start with, so let's just help myself by cutting that a bit shorter. Now this one's a little bit difficult to get to right now, but it should be alright. What I have to make sure is it doesn't go through and touch the grounding, the part that goes through the centre of the guitar, centre of the jack, because that's the ground. So again, if you push a piece that's a little bit too long, you can, without realising it, you can make a contact, think you've done it and think everything's good, and before you know it, they're actually grounded out. So check your switch, your jack plug connections, and like I say, suspect them early on, because you know it's an easy place to make a mistake. So I now get my heat gun out and I'm going to shrink these down onto the spades connectors. So you can see when I was doing the hot air, I was pointing it upwards and away from the body of the guitar, because I don't want to overheat up that stuff finish. Right, so I've doubled that back. I'm going to do this up and then we'll test it again one more time. I won't test it for playing, I'm just going to test it to make sure that the jack goes in and out comfortably, because sometimes you can get it where it won't lock. Now it's not locking, but I think it is working. It has a locking point, but it's not clicking or snapping the way we sort of ideally would like it. Let's have a quick look to make sure, and so you can see why. If it's just the fact that it's an old piece of an old jack that's not got the sort of the snap, crackle and pop to it, I think it's because it's pushing a little bit against this hot wire there. So let's get that out of the way. So little things like that, you have to be ready to put them right, because it's a tight little space, this wire's coiled up, and it's very, things are trying to get always in the way of other things. Okay, so now we should hear a bit of a better snap as it goes in. There we go. That's it. That's good. Okay, so where are we? Let's go over here. We've got the last piece of soldering in the whole affair to do, and we could technically cut it shorter, or we could just thread it through and let it be. Now, what's the consideration? Why would we thread it shorter? We'd want it to be as tidy as possible. We don't really want it getting caught up in the springs. But if we come round the back, we could come up through the behind these tremolo claw screws, for example, and then lift it up through here. It's sort of keeping it tidily out of the way, and we can bring it back down on there. And I think that's safely enough out of the way as not to cause any problems at all. And then we'll just bring it back down onto the solder that's already there, heat that up, and is it on still? It is on. Something about this doesn't want to heat up. Okay. No, I'm not holding it properly. Come on. Right. These claws have a little tag that's sort of raised that allow you to get a solder connection to. They're not the most reliable things in the world. Right, so there's our thing done. Okay, now we're going to replace our knobs. Well, let's have a look and see what we've got. I think we're short of a knob. Is that what happened? We've got one and a two, and they're different colours. Let's see if I've got some replacement spares. Not there, maybe, or possibly here. Oh, here's some old looking things. Now, normally I end up with far too many tones and not enough volumes, but thankfully on this you've got a volume, which is what we need. We've got tone and we've got tone. They look pretty similar colours, don't they? Yours is a bit lighter. And we have got a greeny volume, a greeny yellowy. Still not that great. Yeah, I tell you, we just always seem to end up with a million tones. Volume a bit darker, that's quite nice. But since it's not that much difference, I don't know, it's a bit greener, isn't it? It matches this green. You can have that back, but I'll give you these 3 green things. You can have that one back as well, because I don't need them. Some lighter ones, but they're not creamy enough. There's a creamy set. But I think these are nice, these older ones. Let's go with older, spare ones instead of new set that could be used by somebody else's custom build or something like that. Right, I'm turning the soldering iron off because we're done. The one thing I will have a look at over here now is in my box of 1,000,000 parts for toggle switches. We tend to have 1,000,000 of these fellas, so we have to see if we've got something that works with this switch, and they usually are too big, which is the case. And of course the cream coloured tip is the rarest of all animals, and that's because that's also not the right shape. It's the rarest because it's the coolest looking, that's why. Everything else is pretty much bright sparkling white. So there we are. So we've got a kind of a slightly dirtier old one here, which should have probably come off the original. Might have been the original. Whoop. No, it's not even right. Your one is going to be this one here, which is that. So that's all we've got. Your original one, which isn't fantastic, but I can't see any more in this whole pile of stuff. So put these in your bag of parts, your bag of bits. Okay, so we are now in the zone of being ready to, let's wind up this solder out of the way. We're now ready to check everything over and string up. Once we've strung up, we are more or less finished. So let's bring you back to reality. Let's get this up. So let's put on these knobs. So I'm going to turn them all up one way first, and we're going to put the volume 1 here. Ow, my wrist hurts, doesn't want me to do that. 1, tone, tone. This one, not quite so cooperative. Oh, down, and not so thrilled with this one. I'll get it there. I just don't want to damage anything. Right, there we go. Volume, tone, slightly lighter in the department of thingies, these. Now I've already oiled this today, so I'm not going to oil it again. It'll be enough. So what we've got now is we've got our strings. Let's get them up and on, and then we'll do some stretching. It's quite nice to finish a little bit. Oh, what's gone on here? What have we run out of? Oh, what happened? Oh, for crying out loud. Let's see what the memory says. Just, right, you carry on with that one. We'll have to have a break. Now I'm going to end up with strings everywhere. What are you telling me? What are you telling me? General, iPhone storage. Oh, you reckon I'm suddenly used up? It told me I had 60 gigabytes earlier on. Okay, I'm going to stop and restart with just one camera. Okay, restarting just to finish. That's a really annoying thing, because I checked this earlier on today and it convinced me I had 65 gigabytes for this straightforward job, and it lied. Even though it showed it to me, it wasn't really true. So just for this last bit, we're just going to get the thing strung up and stretched out, and then check the intonation, check the bridge operation, and then we're done. And it'll be ready for Will to pick up tomorrow. So the thing is, I know that Will's going to be, sounds like Will's going to be getting himself a nice Les Paul style guitar, maybe at Christmas, because he's kind of craving that style. This has been his long-term first guitar, and that's why him and his dad wanted to get this together again and playing, because it has that importance as a first ever guitar. But this can sit. I can't give you close-ups. Okay, this can sit. I think it will be played, because I think it will feel so much better now. So I'm going to use the electric thingy to wind on the strings. So with the Strat, we pull up the string all the way through. We've got locking tuners now, so the idea is we just have it slack enough to push the string through. It can be a bit fiddly. This first one feels a bit, you have to work it a bit. It's not really that good. It's a bit crunchy, but anyway, it's new, but it's just not perfect. So we pull it roughly tight, and even with a locking tuner, I recommend we pull back about 1 centimetre and then lock it. Now the reason for this is some people get really annoyed by that, and they think, why am I doing that if I've paid for a locking tuner? Why wind on that little 1 centimetre? And the reason you do it, I recommend you do it, is because any time down the line that you need to slack off this string, any of these strings, if you have wound it straight on at its longest, pushed all the way through like this, kept it tight, and then locked it off, as soon as you undo this, it's going to snap at that point where it's been crushed by the mechanism. And the more budget the tuners, very often the more likely it is to cause that damage. But it's not forgiving at all, so it breaks very easily, especially on the higher strings. So you might think, well, when will I ever need to slack it off once I put it on? And there are all kinds of reasons you might need, especially as a guitar tech, but even as a player, you might have lots of reasons to do it. So I always come back 1 centimetre, lock it off. If I come back 1 centimetre, it means I can also not lock it so tightly, which hopefully won't stress the string so much. I like locking tuners are fun, but they're not necessary, and they don't really, if I'm honest, they don't really add a massive functionality, but they can be a little bit quicker. But I still recommend putting that extra centimetre through. But the main thing is make sure the ball is up inside the brass block, pull back that little centimetre, lock it off perhaps a little less fiercely as you would if you were doing it before, and i.e. without the centimetre, and then you should be fine. And the important bit then is, since I've done the nut, your job whenever you change the strings on this will be to stretch them out. So I remember me saying that the tuning stability of your guitar, and this applies to a Les Paul at Christmas as much as it does to a Strat, you know, your original Encore Strat. The tuning stability of any guitar comes down to two things. Think of it as 50-50. 50% is to do with the quality and the material in your nut and getting the first fret action right, and obviously in putting this nut on and getting it, cutting the slots and choosing the right material and so on, I've made that bit work out. I've made sure of that bit for you. So from this point onwards, the other 50% that you have to do every time you change the strings is removing all the unreleased slack from your strings, and that's down to you, and I'll show you how to do it in a sec. Now this is probably going to hurt me quite a lot. Let's see if I can change hands or something. Yes, wow, that's much less painful. Not as easy to control where it is, but somebody's buying. Yeah, so every time, and you've got to stretch it physically harder and more than you normally do, we normally do as guitar players. But if you do, you will be rewarded with great tuning stability. So every time you go to pick it up off the wall, it will only take a split second to tune it, and once it's in tune, it will stay in tune for hours. And that, you'll notice it, because if you have a guitar that isn't like that, you'll find you go for this one every time rather than the one that doesn't stay in tune. Oh, I think I might need to do a tiny bit more. Now, I don't know if you remember, but I have the claw, tremolo claw, is screwed all the way in at the moment. So as I'm tuning these up, the tremolo isn't lifting up at the back. I recommend, if you were setting this up for yourself again, make sure that the claw screws are quite a long way in, so that they're strong enough to overcome whatever tuning you're putting on here to begin with, and then you can change it over afterwards. I'm still a bit high on here, and I don't know why that is. That's glued in place. Did I? Am I thinking of another? Maybe I'm thinking of another guitar. Maybe I didn't. Oh well, let's take care of that. Might as well get it right before we're done. Again, no close-ups. I thought I'd already got exactly where I wanted to be. But so it's okay to do this now. Doesn't really matter. We'll just take off the top two strings. We'll start with a G, and yeah, we've got a little bit we could still do. So I'm just going to take this down a little tiny bit. Now if I want to keep real tight control of this, I can get myself a pencil and carefully sharpen, get it to a very sharp point if I can. A little bit, not the sharpest knife in the world. You could get a better one, but it helps to put a little bit of pencil mark. Now this isn't to provide lubrication, although some people do that. This is to help me see what I'm doing, so I can cut downwards and away and know when I'm cutting the actual height, like that. Okay, that's spot on. So then we can put a little bit of marker in here for the B, and we'll just look at how high that is. It's not at all bad actually, but it is a fraction higher, so we will just use this same way, cutting backwards to begin with, backwards, and then a tiny cut down, very low. Put it under tension. This will be as light as a feather at this end. That's what getting the first fret action very light does for you. It leaves it extremely light. You barely have to touch it to play a chord or a note. Right, let's have a look. Where are we? Good. Now we'll take these over the side here just now, and we'll check. So here we are on the D, which will be this side of here, 26. So how much you do is just a matter of experience, and sometimes you get it wrong, which I don't want to be in this case, but sometimes the thing suddenly cuts a bit faster and you're past the point you really wanted to go. Not this one, it's this one. I think that will do me. The thicker strings, wound strings, are harder because they're takes more to cut. Because here's someone's phone talking. Nearly there. Pretty good. Funny, I'm not used to hearing somebody's phone at a distance like that. Okay, so let's take down the last bit of the low E. It's quite hard to cut that. This can be where you get into trouble. It's just large enough to not, for this saw, to not really want to perform. I'm going to just try and clear any teeth a little bit, give the best chance of getting some bite into it. Obviously the tuning's still out. Right, I'm just going to wash my hands briefly before we stretch the things. Nearly there. Nearly there. Here we go again. Right, hands clean, lovely. Okay, so stretching is like this. Grab hold, push and pull between fingers and thumb. Go up and down. Go up and down all the strings and push and pull. And so we're on 9 to 42s here, so just be careful that when you're up at the thin string, you don't push too hard. So we're just making sure that we're getting rid of the slack, but not pushing too hard. You can break them, but you'll only do it once or twice. Most of the time you'll get used to the amount of force it takes. You may be unlucky, you may have one that just comes apart at the ball, or as something on the bridge that makes it go pop, but sure this isn't moving. Still not moving. Oops. Stretch a little bit more. And another stretch. So it's the wound thicker strings that hold the slack longer. So we expect them to take a little longer to stretch out, but once we're there, we're pretty good. So just about done. We'll just we'll check the intonation last, and then we'll tweak the bridge. The bridge is starting. Oh God, I can't press down with that hand. The bridge is starting to lift a little bit as I pull it, so we could be just about right, set right anyway for our intonation, sorry, our tremolo setting, but let's just see. Okay, let's check the intonation now. We need wire, we need a tuner. Let's just see this. Is this lifting up? I can't tell. And in our tuner, and we're checking for making sure that each string is set to the exact correct length it needs to work with this neck. So we tune them to their best, their true note. So, and we want the pinged harmonic up here at the 12th fret to be the true note, and then we fret it. That's right. G slightly sharp, D slightly sharp. Yes, too short, so that's okay. So when it's sharp, we pull the saddle that way, away from the nut, because the string overall is too short. So we're just going to adjust these bottom three relative to each other, because once you know where one is, the rest follow suit in order. So I just need to tune these up, but they'll be correct now. Right, the bridge is lifting up at this point, so I'm just going to screw it in a tiny bit more, just to make sure it stays where I want it for the time being. Yeah. It's too high here. I don't know what happened. It's moved somewhat, which is always entirely possible with when you have strings with grub screws at the saddles, because they can move when you're doing other jobs like the leveling and sanding and so on. Actually, what I should have probably just done is recheck that now, make my final action adjustments. Just be sure. Right, we're a tiny bit over. Okay, 125, slightly over. Now this, ideally on a guitar, you sort of want the not to have a load of grub screw height sticking up above the saddles, because they get in the way of the hands. But unfortunately, because of the geometry of the way this neck meets this body, we don't have any choice. Either that or you have a ridiculously high action. So I don't want a high action, so I'm certainly going to adjust this to get the right action here, which means we end up with these grub screws sticking up high, but we get the right playing action. And as a result of that, what I'd recommend is you can get sets of very short grub screws that will allow you to replace these, get the right action all the way through, and not have the screws sticking up into your hand. So that is about as good as it will be. Who's talking on that phone out there? Is it the cops? Is it the police? Right, let's tune this. Fractionally short, sorry, long. Let's try that. Yep. It says the A is a bit long, so I will take its word for it. Okay, that's good. Now we've got the tremolo, and we should be just about at the right place for this to work anyway, so it's going to work with the least amount of force as possible. I think it's all good. Let's just make sure it's in tune. There we have it. I think I find that the angle on this is a bit too high, so I'm going to adjust it. It sticks up too high. We want it closer to the body. So bear with me a second. Yeah, a bit closer. Just about spot on. Okay, that's it. We'll stop for now. Thank you for... Oh, I've got one more thing to do, and we'll put the plate on the back. Chong. And we can do it with black screws as well. Why not? We're at war. Right, that's it finished. So thank you for watching. And hope you enjoyed seeing that getting sorted out a bit. It was obvious to me that somebody had done something in the past to that neck pocket, so things weren't quite the way they should be. Weren't the way they should be. Yeah. You know, Encore, the John Hornby Skews family of brands, they were very good, and would be unlikely to have come with a hole in the pocket to make it uneven or badly cut. So I can't help but think that someone in this life of this guitarist adjusted that in a way. I don't know what's going on shooting out there. Lovely. Okay, let's hope it isn't shooting, and I'll see you again soon.